And welcome to El Rancho Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education, November 16, 2021. Let me start by reading the mission statement. We'll ask Ms. Castillo, can you please read the mission statement?
Got the mic on, okay. Good evening. Mission statement. Students will be challenged to become college and career-ready and lifelong learners. The El Rancho Unified School District will actively partner with the community as its leading educational institution that provides a technology-rich and innovative learning environment for all students.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Roll call, members of the Board of Education. Ms. Carolyn Castillo, Vice President.
Present. Students will be challenged to become college and career-ready and lifelong learners. The El Rancho Unified School District will actively partner with the community as its leading educational.
Ghost.
Am I in a tunnel?
We're good? All right. Ms. Carolyn Castillo, Vice President.
Present.
Ms. Esther Mejia, Clerk.
Present.
Dr. Joseph Rivera, Member.
Present.
And Ms. Arlene Perez will be joining us shortly. Merino, present. Roll call, members of the Administrative Cabinet. Dr. Francis Esparza, Superintendent.
Present.
Ms. Dora Soto Delgado, Director, Student Support Services.
Present.
Mr. Dean Cochran, Director, Special Education.
Present.
Ms. Roberta Gonzalez, Director, Early Learning Program.
Present.
Mr. Mark Matthews, Interim Director, Human Resources.
Present.
Ms. Jasmine Chavez Diaz, Director, Secondary Education.
Present.
Ms. Gisela Castañon, Director, Elementary Education.
Present.
And Ms. Marianne Sorrell, Chief Business Officer, Business Services.
Present.
Thank you. Item number 2, public comments on closed session items. Dr. Esparza?
Tonight we have Ms. Lilia Carreon.
Good evening, Rancho community. I will be addressing agenda item 4H, which deals with the contract of Superintendent Dr. Esparza. We're asking the board to think about consistency of leadership. Our employees have dealt with 9+ leaders in the business office, 2 in HR, 5+ superintendents, and countless administrators coming and going throughout the district. Quite frankly, our members are exhausted by the revolving door of leadership. Inconsistent leadership requires adapting to the changing of vision and goals of each new leader, which is exhausting. In addition, with the pandemic, this is not the time to change leadership. We have children dealing with the effects of the pandemic, a shortage of personnel such as teachers, support staff, and substitutes, and learning loss. During this time of uncertainty, it's not the time to change leadership. Our employees and our families crave stability. As a board, it is your responsibility to keep the district stable and support the employees of this district so they can perform their duty of educating our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carreon. Ms. Perez has joined us. Welcome. Dr. Esparza?
Next is Ms. Billy Saavedra.
Thank you. Good evening, Community Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Esparza. I'd like to thank the Board of Education and Dr. Esparza for working cohesively for the benefit of not only our students here in El Rancho Unified, but the community of our city of Pico Rivera. We've done so much over the past couple years. One of our vendors presented us with a plaque acknowledging the district for providing more than 110,000 pounds of food to our community. I think Marianne has that plaque. In addition to this, we worked with several companies to receive several donations, such as tortillas from Northgate, dairy pies from Cacique, and 96 pallets, which is about 38,000 pounds of produce from different produce vendors. Knowing our community is still dealing with difficulties due to COVID, we have continued to look for opportunities for our district to pass on to our families. For the holidays, we've secured over 2,400 boxes of food for our families. Once again, I'd like to thank the board and superintendent for their support and working cohesively for the benefit of the district, families, and students of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saavedra.
Next is Mr. Alfred Renteria.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, staff, and members of the community. My name is Alfred Renteria Jr. My family has lived in the city of Pico Rivera for over 110 years. I'm also a former board member of the El Rancho Unified School District. I served on the board from 2011 to 2015. I want to first commend the board and the superintendent for moving the El Rancho Unified School District out of the turmoil it was facing these past several years with the prior board members who were not doing what they were elected to do. And many other community members are very pleased to see our district moving in the right direction. We sincerely hope, for the sake of our school community, that you all approve to extend Dr. Esparza's contract so that you and the board and Dr. Esparza can continue moving our district forward. Bring back stability and respect. Thank you, take care, and stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Renteria.
Next is Ms. Natalie Sanchez.
Good evening, school board, fellow employees, and Dr. Esparza. I wrote down what I had to say because I usually get off track, but I just wanted to thank everyone for doing such a great job. It appears that everything's going in the right direction and everything's coming together with the school board. It's very much appreciated by myself, my coworkers, and families. I wanted to thank our superintendent also for getting everything to come together. She's done a great job keeping families and staff informed with all the social media during this time. It's very important that we all stay positive. She's brought positivity to everybody, and she's given a lot of information she shares with everyone. She keeps all of us, El Rancho employees, in a comfortable and safe state, not like it was a few years ago when everyone was jumping ship and everybody was scared. In having conversations with my coworkers, I have not heard one negative thing, and everyone seems to be happy with her. The last time we had a great long-term superintendent was Norbert Jennis. I think having Dr. Esparza as a long-term superintendent would be a good idea because she's young, experienced, and up to date with social media. She would be here to see projects all the way through to completion. One last thing that I would like to say that is very important to me is I love it when the kids come into the office and they look at all your pictures and they point to Dr. Esparza and she says, I know her. She comes to our school sometimes. And it brings me great joy and happiness to say that's Dr. Esparza and to tell the kids, all the school board members, and when they ask what is their job, I do the best I can and tell them they're our bosses. So I just want to say thank you. Stay safe and keep everything positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Next is Ms. Christina Padilla.
Good evening. I am addressing item 4H, public employee employment. The multi-million-dollar bond project was passed by the voters of Pico Rivera in 2016, and since that time, our district has had 3 superintendents and 2 interim superintendents lead the project. Without question, inconsistent district leadership has contributed to the bond project's slow progress, loss of money, and irresponsible, if not criminal, loss of El Rancho High School's B and C buildings. If this board sincerely wants to move forward with a successful bond project, consistent district leadership is essential because frequent superintendent turnover has had a detrimental effect on the progress of the bond project. The bond project needs this superintendent who knows the bond project's past and present to see it through to its completion. In order to ensure that the community's money is put to improving facilities as promised, this board needs to make an effort to solidify relationships with district leadership and provide the support needed for the superintendent to be successful, which will in turn positively impact the bond project's outcomes. In order to allow the bond project to come to fruition, this board needs to reflect on the impact of its decisions and make a concerted effort to, 1, understand its role, 2, put egos and personal agendas aside, 3, consider the adverse financial and political effects of bringing in a 4th superintendent to oversee the bond project. And finally, this board needs to make an honest commitment to support stable district leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla.
That is all for public comment on closed session items.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza.
There you go, Sandy.
This time, we will adjourn to closed session. And we will return at 6:30, even if we need to adjourn later after the open session, we'll be returning on time. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us in open session for El Rancho Unified School District, the regular meeting of the Board of Education, November 16th, 2021. We are now reconvening in open session. Item number 6, this is the adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Dr. Moreno, on 16F7 1A, the name Tiscareno Cindy should be inserted. 16F8 1A, the placeholder should be pulled and the number of teachers changed from 2 to 1. And lastly, on 16F12, the item should be pulled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Any other changes to the agenda?
Dr. Marino, I'd just like to announce that we need to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Did I skip that? Thank you very much. Closed session, reconvening. Oh, I skipped the whole page. Sorry. It's that I rearranged my agenda. I didn't put it in the right order. Yeah. All right. I apologize for that. We will now do the Pledge of Allegiance. I will ask Ms. Roberta Gonzalez, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Dr. Esparza.
Please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Okay. Now we are on item 6, adoption of the agenda. We have the items that Mr. Matthews introduced. Now we are moving on to new business, and this is 7A, adopt resolution number 13, 2021-22, recognizing a state of emergency and reauthorizing teleconference meeting. Yes? Okay, thank you. You know, I'm rushing through these. Sorry, I apologize for that. I guess because we came 30 minutes late.
Dr. Marino, Ms. Sorrell has an amendment.
Oh, you know, it's very difficult to see through this petition, so I apologize for that. So maybe we have a little, no, I'm just kidding. Ms. Sorrell?
My apologies, 16E7 and 16E6 are marked as ER funds, bond funds, and it should be marked Bond A. I apologize for the clerical error. 16E6, 16E7, there's a clerical error. It's marked Bond Measure ER, should be marked Bond Measure A. Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
E9 as well.
E9? E9?
Thank you. 16E9, the same change.
For bond measure A.
Yes, from bond measure ER should have been marked bond measure A.
Okay, so that was 6, 7, and 9?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
you.
Mr. Rayo. And thank you, Ms. Mejia. All right. We can now go to the adoption of the agenda with the changes so noted. I need a motion to
Move to
adopt
approve
the
as
agenda.
amended.
I'm sorry?
Move to approve as amended.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I need a second, please. Was that Dr. Rivera?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I will take now this to a vote. Ms. Castillo,
Yes.
Ms. Mejia,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Dr. Rivera.
Yes.
Merino, yes. I vote to adopt the agenda with the amendments so noted. Now we can move on to new business, and this is action items. Okay, and this is the resolution 13-2021, recognizing a state of emergency and reauthorizing teleconference meetings pursuant to AB 361. And this is a resolution that the board must read because it's for the duration of 30 days. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but this is the resolution that will allow for teleconferencing as long as we are in a state of the pandemic. So in the essence of time, I will not be reading the resolution. Mr. Sanchez, it is appropriate not to read the resolution. Is that my understanding? Okay,
But the board has it, it's in the materials. Essentially, the board's voting to make the findings in the resolution that, to allow to continue for online meetings as necessary.
so I will take a motion, I will take a vote. Okay, so I need a motion for 7A.
So moved, but I
Thank-
have a question for discussion.
Yes, Ms. Mejia, first, a motion by Ms. Mejia, a second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Ms. Mejia?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify that it's also for hybrid, correct? Just like what we're doing
Yes,
right now.
correct, yeah. So essentially, a lot of districts are seeking the flexibility, which is the same thing that you guys are doing. It's just the same motion, or the same reso. Mhm.
Right, I just wanted to make sure that the community knows that we're not going to go back to just Zoom meetings.
Right.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. I will now take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. 5-0 to adopt this resolution. Now we move on to item number 8. And we do have a report from closed session. However, I will be reading the first, and then Dr. Esparza will be reading 8A and 8B.
Yes.
And this is a report on item 4H. The board voted on a motion by trustee Marino and seconded by trustee Castillo to give the superintendent notice in satisfaction of Article 11.B of the Superintendent Employment Agreement and Education Code 35031 that her employment agreement will expire on June 30th, 2022. The vote was a 3-2, with trustees Mejia and trustee Perez voting no. Dr. Esparza, now if you would read 8A and 8B, please.
In closed session, the board discussed the expulsion of student number 01-2021/2022. Upon approval of the board, the student shall be suspended from El Rancho Unified School District and be allowed to attend a new site beginning November 17th and ending at the end of the first semester. I'm sorry, of the second semester of school, which is June 8th, 2021. Item 4B, in closed session, the board discussed the expulsion of student number 02-2021/2022. Upon approval of the board, the student shall be expelled from El Rancho Unified School District beginning November 17th. That is all.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. We will now move to item 9, student reports. We have ASB President from El Rancho High School, Delaney Lomas. Delaney? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you, Delaney.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Sorry about that. Okay. So I'd like to start in October. We had our Red Ribbon Week and Spooky Week combined. The spirit days were as follows. Monday was Wear Red. Tuesday was Team Up Against Drugs or wearing the sports jerseys. Wednesday was Spooky Socks. Thursday was Spooky Shirt. And Friday was Halloween costumes. On that Friday, we had a lunch rally during which we had a Halloween costume contest. We also had our first PBIS raffle, and we will continue to have monthly raffles in the quad during lunch. We also had our red ribbon door decorating contest, and Miss Qureshi was the winner with the theme Drug Free Looks Like Me. Our final football game, CIF Round 1, was against Losinger High School, which was also on Friday, and our theme was Blackout. We celebrated Dia de los Muertos on November 2nd and encouraged students and staff to participate by decorating their mask or painting their face. We are now having our November Spirit Week, Week of Thanks. Yesterday was Wear Fall Colors, today was Twin Day, and tomorrow will be One Color Wednesday or Monochrome Wednesday. Thursday will be Decade Day, and Friday will be Anything But a Backpack. Friday morning will also be our senior sunrise, and seniors will arrive on campus early to enjoy a light breakfast and listen to music in the quad. Last week, we started our canned food drive, and we will continue to collect cans until December 10th. Prizes will be awarded to fourth period classes and teachers. Students are currently filling out college apps, teachers are writing recommendation letters, and I'd like to give a shout out to the College and Career Center for helping students fill out their FAFSA and college apps. Thank you.
Thank you, Delaney, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving. All right, now we
Thank
have
you.
our ASB president, from Ellen Ochoa Prep Academy, and I believe we have Brandon Caprieta. Brandon, are you with us?
Hello. The president couldn't be here today, so I'm filling in for her.
Can,
Good.
Brandon,
evening.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear you. You're very low.
Let me check. Can you hear me now?
Better, yes.
Okay. The president couldn't be here today because she was busy, so I'm the vice president. Good evening, everyone. On Friday 29th, October 29th, we host our annual Dia de los Muertos Day of the Dead event at our school campus. There was a chalk drawing contest, a costume contest, and a volleyball game. And students were able to help decorate the ofrendas. Music and refreshment were provided. Our safety dance was postponed to February, and it will be a Sadie's winter formal. We are currently planning out the event. We would like to host a holiday party on Thursday, December 9th. In the event, we would like to play a Christmas movie, games, food, and refreshments, and other fun activity. Our college and career centers has hosted various college presentations. We have had thus far Whittier College, Mount St. Mary, UC San Diego, LA Trade Tech, CSU Dominguez Hill, Rio Hondo College, CSU Pomona, and our very own board member Perez came to share her experience with college and career for EOPA students. Special thanks for taking time out of your busy days to present to our students. Our upcoming presentation will consist of Cerritos College and Biola College. Weekly financial aid scholarship, UCSCSU, and private school application workshops have been held with our counseling team during our advisory classes, at lunch, and after school. They also will set up a one-plus-one meeting to work with us for our individual needs. Thank you guys for listening. meeting.
Thank you, Brandon. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Now we have from our ASB spokesperson from Salazar High School, Jersey Martinez. Jersey?
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Board of Education members, district administration, teachers, staff, and members of the community. I'd like to share with you all this evening events happening at Salazar. Last week on November 10th, students were introduced and reintroduced to our PBIS program on campus. Students learned of interventions and supports offered to them, as well as our acronym for a saint. A saint is someone who stays safe, acts with integrity, interacts with courtesy, nurtures empathy, takes responsibility. PBIS continues to implement it throughout our campus. Students at Salazar are taking time to remember what is important to them this Thanksgiving evening. Our school created a Thanksgiving tree where students are able to write what they're thankful for. Some of our students expressed that they're grateful for their families, friends, teachers, and good health. Ruben Salazar's Interact Club will assist the Pico Rivera Rotary Club by joining Hearts of Compassion and Century 21 on Sunday, November 21st. They'll be doing a 100 through 150 turkey food giveaway. Our students will get the opportunity to get involved again into the community service. The Salazar Interact students will be also participate in Santa Claus events and Toys Up Community, which takes place on Sunday, December 19th. It is a great event to help collect and sort toys for those in need in our community. As we get closer to the end of another year, we gratefully pause to wish you a warm and happy Thanksgiving. May the good things of your life and yours in abundance, not only on Thanksgiving, but throughout the coming year. Everyone at Salazar High School would like to thank all of you for everything you do for our students. We appreciate your hard work and we wish you a very happy and safe Thanksgiving. Have a great rest of the night.
Thank you, Jersey, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. All right, let's now move on to item 10, public comments. These are items on the agenda. Dr. Esparza?
And this evening, we have Ms. Lilia Carreon.
All right, I will be speaking on several items. So the first one is agenda item 16F3 that deals with our sunshine report. ERT surveyed its members and asked what they wanted to be included in ERT's proposal. This is a sampling of our members' comments. I took it directly, so these are not my words. 1, we need more than a 2% raise. 2, I've been in this district for 18 years and have given up a lot of income. 3, teachers need a raise, coming back from distant learning and going through COVID measures in classes and working more hours. 4, make pay competitive with surrounding districts. By the way, Woodard Union just settled last week. They gave their employees a 6% raise. 5, increase pay on the salary schedule and not one-time bonuses. Our members overwhelmingly said they're tired of the bonuses. 6, do not increase benefits. Now, these are my words. The district agreed to a 2% last school year. However, it did not help our employees because food prices have risen 6.2%. And our health insurance costs for some of our members rose up to 62%. As the district ponders its financial proposal, think about all the quality employees, teachers, and administrators lost to surrounding districts because of the large discrepancy in pay. Think about how over the years, our Rancho Unified School District pay continues to fall further and further behind surrounding districts. Last one, think about how the employees of this district have taken furlough days, one-time bonuses, and small percentages through the years, while remaining dedicated to the families and the students of this district. I hope our district takes consideration and give the appropriate pay raise for our employees. I'm now addressing agenda item 15.4. This is dealing with the discussion of Deputy Sheriff School Resource Officer. We hope the board considers working with the city to share the cost of a Deputy Sheriff School Resource Officer. If this district values the safety of its students and staff, they should find a way to fund a deputy. The district in the past has had a good working relationship with our deputies. They guard our parents and students as they navigate through the legal system. Most importantly, they keep our students and staff safe. The board is always constantly saying that they want to keep our employees and our students safe. Back up your words with that. Agenda item 16.F4. This is dealing with our MOU that the board will be voting on tonight. Thank you to the district and the board for agreeing to 10 COVID sick days. Thank you to Dr. Esparza, Mr. Matthews, and Mrs. Sorrell for working with ERT on the in-person MOU. And lastly, we thank Ms. Felicia Geary for assisting us during our negotiating sessions. She's great on the computer and she's able to work magic on our MOU. So thank you, Felicia, wherever you are. Also, in addition, thank you to Ms. Lily Huntenberg and her staff for processing our retro checks in a timely manner. ERT appreciates their hard work. And lastly, ERT would like to wish our members, CSDA members, ARASA members, district personnel, and the board on a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. You have lots to be grateful for, and we're blessed to work with great employees. Enjoy your loved ones and your friends. And I leave you with this thought. Thank you is the best prayer that anyone should say. I say that a lot. Thank you expresses extreme gratitude, humility, and understanding. That quote came from Alice Walker. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Carrion.
Next, we have Mr. Tony Hernandez.
I know this might seem unfair. I'm speaking from the podium. It's just hard to maintain our Zoom and then speak in public comments. So I apologize for breaking form. Good evening. First, I'd like to address the item that was pulled, 16F12, the CSEA MOU. This was a misunderstanding on our part as far as making sure that this agreement was signed and done through our 610 process prior to it going to board. So we are working on this agreement. We're going to meet with the district tomorrow. And I just would like to thank the district and the board for moving this forward and how eager we all are to get this done to do what's right for our employees. So thank you there. 15A, the discussion on this deputy sheriff. I am in favor of this. This is something that the community has wanted to have restored back in our district. It was something that several members of the community were really upset when this was lost. So this is a good discussion, and I hope it does move forward. I think it's great to see that the district is continuing to discuss the policies and update policies. I know some of those were issues that brought a lot of the corruption or loopholes that brought corruption before. So now that we're working on them, we're fixing them. Thank you for ensuring that our district continues to operate in a safe way.
Sorry, honey bun.
Thanks, honey bun. Hang on one second, Lil. This is why I had to come to the podium. Okay, 4H, the appointment and employment of the superintendent. Like others have commented, I am asking the board to consider the importance to maintain the consistent leadership in our district. We finally entered.
Honey.
Okay.
You want me to go quickly, or you want to go with me?
Okay, go on 1 second. Okay, she's muted. Sorry, guys. We finally entered a period where we're not worried about the board threatening our jobs. I have seen the public perception of our district grow, and in traveling around with Dr. Esparza, it's amazing to see how excited the students are to see her. They know who she is, and they appreciate what she does for them. She's been a positive figure with messages of strength, respect, and unity. I'm someone who has always spoken up against the negative elements of our district. Our board knows that. Many of you have worked with me. And if there was that element still here, I think I would have said something already. but there's a lot of potential in our district that still has to grow. And if we're going to enter in another period of destabilization, I don't think this is the time. I think that this is something that needs to be considered again. The fact that this is a 3-2 vote to make this decision reminds me of all the 3-2s that we fought against in the past. Are we going to enter that again? We all should be fighting for the same things and understand what the implications are. Now that we've introduced the fact that the contract is going to expire at the end of the year, do we create a situation of a lame duck? We can't do that. We can't go back to that. So I ask that you reconsider. One last thing. I think it's important for our leaders to take a moment to check in with their staff, because I know that there are signs of frustration and some might need a little help. So just check in, everyone, not just talking to the board, I'm talking about everyone in the room. And that's it. Thank you all. If I don't see you again, have a great Thanksgiving with your families.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
That is all for items on the agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. Okay, item 11, public comments, items not on the agenda. Dr. Esparza?
This evening, we have Ms. Rosalia Luevano.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess I filled up my card wrong, but I'm going to speak to item 15A, the Deputy Sheriff's School Resource Officer. I asked the board members and superintendents to bring back the Deputy Sheriff's School Resource Officers. This will give parents peace of mind. Our students will be safe. Parents will feel comfortable knowing that someone qualified is ready to help a student and staff in case of any emergency or violent act at a school. Our Deputy Sheriff School Resource Officers will create a positive rapport with students, leading to trust and understanding. So regardless if the city that provides half of the pay for this position or not, I think our students deserve a safe environment, and we need to bring them back, even though the district has to pay for the full amount. My second concern is what I just heard about a 3-2 vote on not getting a contract back for Dr. Esparza. I think, like Tony said, it is shameful on you, board members, to start with this little game of 3-2. I want you to really consider renewing the contract to the superintendent, Dr. Esparza. She has created an amazing team and who has brought stability, transparency, consistency to our district. As a parent, I've been invited to many meetings. I am informed of what is going on in the district via media, social media, or emails. I had never seen that in the past. There's a lot of opportunities to parents to get involved and students. I am impressed with what the superintendent and her team have done with mental health. It's not only about academics, it's the two components together to help the whole child. I would like this district to continue on the right path and continue to make progress. Please reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lovano.
Next, we have Eileen Steer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Eileen Steer, and I'm the program director for the Rio Hondo Region Adult Education Consortium. I work primarily with all adult students in 5 separate districts. One of them happens to be of my heart. I was born and raised in Pico Rivera. I graduated from Valencia, Mary Miller, and El Rancho. I have nothing but the love for this place. My mom still lives in Pico Rivera, 1 block from El Rancho. As the consortium leader, we've had a very difficult past 2 years, and we've weathered through it. Thank you for the leaders and the administrators that have assisted, primarily Dr. Esparza, Chuck Collings. All of you have been instrumental, and the board for supporting this. The adult schools are absolutely needed in our community. We value it. I've had nephews go through the adult school. From coming back from not only 2 years, COVID, all of the pandemic guidelines, El Rancho was in serious trouble with our consortium because of the past administrator. At this point, we now have a system in place, and thanks to Dr. Esparza and Chuck Collings and all the rest of the administrator in HR. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I still can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
We can hear you. It was just background, probably at your end.
Oh, okay, my phone must be doing something. Sorry about that. But I wanted to thank all of you for supporting us, and I wanted to especially thank Cindy Descarno, because what an amazing person she has been. She has stepped up to the plate. She has learned the job. She has executed, dedicated, and working so hard to keep the adult students in our community moving forward, to get careers, to learn to speak English, and all of the rest, computer skills. We have nothing but great surveys coming through, and the consortium themselves are very pleased with the outcome and the progress that has been made in the short amount of time that we have been working with Cindy to get her up to speed, do the reports. One of the things about the consortium that I need to tell you is it is direct funded from the Department of Ed, and because of this, we are completely funded alone. We are a 3-year grant. We are going into our next 3 years, and we have been awarded. And with this, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for putting Cindy on board, for Dr. Esparza's leadership, and all the rest, and for Chuck Collings. What an amazing man. I appreciate this time. I wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Keep going forward with El Rancho. I'm proud right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tier.
Next is Leticia Vasquez Wilson.
Yes, good evening. My name is Leticia Vasquez Wilson. I am one of 7 members on the Central Basin Municipal Water District Board of Directors, and I come before you to express great concern about Alex Rojas, a former El Rancho Unified School District employee, who I understand filed a lawsuit making frivolous claims against the district. Mr. Rojas should not get 1 penny of taxpayer money from our community. Mr. Rojas is a fake, and Mr. Rojas is a fraud. He was hired at Central Basin in August of 2020 after an interview where he compulsively lied about his qualifications. He withheld information about being fired from 2 school districts, and he also lied about having experience as a water professional, which is actually required according to our admin code. Mr. Rojas fails to follow the Brown Act. He refuses to respond to public records requests, and the list goes on and on and on. Mr. Rojas also brought a handful of his contractor buddies, gave them no-bid contracts worth various millions of dollars at Central Basin. And so the residents of our water district are very concerned about this. He brought his friends from, I guess, Delterra, who did work with the school districts, who I believe several years ago, was almost indicted by the district attorney's office in the city of San Jose for plundering public funds, basically for stealing public funds. So this is who Mr. Rojas is. I call him a con man. I hope that your district will continue to fight this con man who does not deserve one penny of the community's money. Thank you very much for your time and have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez Wilton.
Next is Mr. John Contreras.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I had a speech prepared, and I'm just very upset about hearing the news. Let's just call it for what it is. It was a 3-2 vote. Marino, Castillo, and Rivera. Very upset of what you guys have done. You guys did not and are not listening to what the teachers, the parents, the community is telling you. We want Dr. Esparza to continue to be leading our school district. It's very upsetting for what you guys are doing, and I really, really do hope that you guys change your mind and keep her on. That is what the community is asking for you. I am very upset. Elections are coming up next year, and you will hear from us. I'd like to begin by thanking Dr. Esparza and the staff for the excellent job in managing the COVID situation in our schools as best as possible. And I'm working side by side with representatives from the city and making COVID shots available to our residents. Our students feel safer more and more as we continue to put COVID behind us. Staying on the issue of safety, it was brought to my attention that many students feel unsafe at the drop-off area in the back of the school, when school lets out. A parent had to get out of her car and stop a fight between two students just last week. Apparently, it was started by a student who was walking from Salazar back to El Rancho, and he decided to hit another student in the head so hard that the sound of the impact startled this parent and caused her to panic and cry. Fortunately, she was brave enough and able to step out of her car and kindly ask the aggressive student to stop fighting. Parents should not have to be placed in this situation where they have to be stopping fights. Where is the security for our kids? Do we need more SSOs or a teacher on duty in that area? This also brings up the question of police presence at El Rancho, as many of us have been speaking about tonight. When are we going to allow our school police to carry? Are we bringing back an officer to our campus? These are questions that have been brought up and have not yet been addressed. The city wants help with funding to have the officer assigned to the school. I'm sure they're willing to work with the school district to help provide funding once again. I'd also like to thank Dr. Esparza, Board Member Mejia, and Mr. Matthews for personally seeing them at various sporting events this past month. It really means a lot to the students and coaches to see the support. Congratulations to all the teams that had an excellent season and made it to CIF. The community can finally see the work being done on the baseball fields, and the student athletes are excited to begin playing on them. Thank you to Dr. Esparza and Marianne Sorrell for your management and timing for the upcoming baseball and softball season. We are excited to see what changes are coming to the stadium and swimming pool, so please keep us updated and informed on the progress of your sports facilities, of our sports facilities. The district has a feeling now that projects are full steam ahead, and we would like for this trend to continue. What we need now is stability in the district, and that's what so that our students can continue to excel in the classroom and on the field. Please continue to work together and make some decisions that have our students' interests in the forefront. We will continue to be vigilant and hold all of you to high standards because that's what our students and teachers deserve. Please make the proper decisions. Stop following what other past board members are telling you. We know that there's other board members that are telling you behind the scenes what you guys need to do. Please do what the community is asking for you. Keep Dr. Esparza. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Contreras.
Next is Ms. Patty Contreras.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, Dr. Esparza, and community. As we get closer to Thanksgiving holiday, I want to say I am thankful to all the employees in the district. They, or I should say, we all have been working really hard to make sure our schools are running the way they should. We are all blessed to have our students and children back in the schools where they seem to see some type of normalcy. The shutdown of our schools made a big impact in our students and our staff, but slowly things are coming together. I know I have said this before about when the public speaks, if you in fact do listen to the things and things get done. Back in September, I had asked if at the high school more water filter stations were going to be added. Were they? Never heard of it. Another thing is I have mentioned in the past was about SSOs in the high school. Why is there only 5 SSO for a school that I'm guessing has over 1,000 students? There seems to be many fights. There seems to be many fights and other things going on. I understand that the kids are at high school and are older, but they are still kids. And as a parent, you do want to feel that your kids are safe. Just the other day, I spoke to a mom that saw a fight happen after school in the back parking lot. She was terrified and was sad to witness what she did. Where is the supervision? With the incident that happened a few weeks back when the cops went into the school and they took a student, is there actually any drills going on? Is there a policy in place? If there's another emergency, what's going to happen? Are we going to get more SSOs or school police? Next, I want to say is that from preschool to elementary to the middle school to the high school, everything should be about them and to benefit them. No school is better than another, no student is better than another, and no sport is better than another. The high school has many sports or extracurricular activities, and they all work just as hard. Coaches, teachers, administrators always need to realize that all of these teams and activities are made up of students of a school within a community. Everyone needs to be respectful of other teams and be fair all around. I want to close out by saying that this district really needs to get their stuff together. We are losing great staff because of decisions that the board is making. We need to have stability. And I'll repeat it again. We need stability. That is the only way things will work, the way employees will stay, and the way families will stay in our district and not leave because they are fed up with it all. It seems like things will never continue to move forward. Why get rid of Dr. Esparza when she has been doing a great job? She has done so much for our district that has needed much attention. To start all over, to get a new superintendent and catch them up with everything just seems to be backtracking instead of moving forward. Board members, remember, you are supposed to be there to advise, not to make all the decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Contreras.
Next is Raul Robles.
Just used to be backtracking instead of moving forward.
Raul Robles. Okay. Next is Martha Camacho Rodriguez. Martha Camacho Rodriguez. So Raul Robles and Martha Camacho Rodriguez are not responding. That is all.
That's all. Thank you. So now we move on to item 12 and information items. 12A, receive information on the educator effectiveness plan. Dr. Esparza?
Okay, so there is a PowerPoint. So the Educator Effectiveness Grant has been provided to El Rancho Unified School District. It's a little over $1.8 million, and it is to support our staff, all our staff, not just certificated staff, but also our classified staff, to make sure we're providing them with professional development so that we can build their capacity. Next. So it's a block grant, may be used to support professional learning. Again, it's for teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, and other certificated staff members. So again, the allocation is a little over $1.8 million, and it must be spent by 2026. The funds are allocated on the basis of an equal amount per certificated and classified full-time equivalent as reported to the California Longitudinal Pupil Achievement Data System, CALPADS, and the California Basic Educational Data System, CBEDS, for the 2021 fiscal year. The funds may be expended during 2021 all the way to 2026 fiscal years, and an annual data and expenditure report to be due each year on or before September 30th. The final data and expenditure report will be due on or before September 2026. And these are some of the allowable uses. And a lot of it, again, is professional development, it's coaching, it's being able to provide our staff with different professional learning opportunities, and it's also provided to us to be able to support our early education system, our early education program, by providing staff members in the early education program as well as other programs such as English Learner Program, opportunities for growth. Survey results from certificated and classified staff members are as follows. Practice and strategies that re-engage pupils and lead to accelerated learning. So these clearly are identified items where our staff is asking for this. They're asking to be provided professional development. They're asking for opportunities to learn how to re-engage our students. Programs that lead to effective standards, aligned instruction, improve instruction and literacy, and across all subject areas, including English, language arts, history, social science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and computer science. So it's not just a grant for one topic or one content area. We can spread it across the board to make sure that all our teachers and our classified staff are able to build their capacity in the areas that they would like to be able to improve on. Strategies to implement the social emotional learning, trauma-informed practices, suicide prevention, access to mental health services, and other approaches that improve pupil well-being is also allowed for this grant. So we are really trying to ensure that as we move forward, we've done a lot around our mental health services. As you know, we've won the Golden Bell for CSBA. We want to make sure that we're also giving opportunities to all of our instructional staff as well, because in order for our students to be instructionally focused and to do well, they have to be social-emotionally well. So we want to make sure that we're creating that balance here, and with this grant, we will be able to do that. Happy Thanksgiving. That's the end of the presentation, but I wanted to make sure that you were privy to the grant and to the proposal that we are going to be bringing to the board. What we showed you was some of the input from the staff, but we will come back in December with the full plan to ensure that you understand where we will be spending these dollars.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. Board members, do you have any comments on this or questions?
Comment?
Ms. Mejia?
Yes, Dr. Esparza, thank you for the preview. It's much appreciated. I appreciate that it's a collaborative process and that you're also including the instructional aides in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Ms. Perez?
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. So we already got the grant?
Yes, we already have the block grant.
Okay, and we already have the money, or do we have to?
The money is not in the bank yet. It's not on the bank yet, so you won't see it within our budget, but we have been approved for this money.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, this is a great opportunity. I love, as teachers, to grow and stuff, so thank you.
And it's rare to have monies to support paraprofessionals, and so we really want to make sure that we're doing that at all levels, from early ed all the way up to our high school.
One follow-up question. So it ends 2026. That means that's when you would, if it's still available, that's when you would reapply?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Probably in 2025 to make sure we're able to, extend over to 2020, after 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Ms. Castillo?
Yes, it's nice to have funding for professional development. So I know that's part of the goals and objectives for this year, so I'm happy to see that happening. And I'm also happy to see that there is a plan that you will be developing. What I'd like to include in your plan is targeted goals by the particular areas that were identified from your survey, such as English, the language arts, history, and social science, because without those targeted goals by educational levels, we will not probably use the full extent of the grant, and also to identify who will be providing those training services, because that's the other cost that comes into us. We hire a lot of consultants, but we don't always get feedback on how effective their efforts were from the money spent. So we need to get a little bit more into that arena where we actually are getting more of a management report with results, because that's important, so that the community understands that the money was well spent, and there's improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Do you have any comments, Dr. Rivera?
Yes, thank you. I'm really pleased to hear that we received a significant amount of money. I am also pleased that both our certificated and classified staff are going to be able to be part of this staff development. So I'm looking forward to reading your plan that will come in December for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I concur with my colleagues that for as long as I've been on the board, I don't believe I have seen where it's funding is equal amounts per certificate and classified full-time equivalent. This is wonderful. I hope it's there are more, because definitely our classified are just as in much need of support and additional resources. But we are looking forward to how this plan and more than anything, the outcomes of this funding. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Sure, of course, Ms. Perez.
Sorry, just so for where allowable uses, number 2 says programs that lead to effective programs that lead to effective standards-aligned instruction and improve instruction in literacy across subject areas. My push would be for not only literacy but also math, especially with the standards-aligned instruction. So I would just push if we can also focus on math and not just literacy.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. We'll now move on to item 13, Board of Education announcements and acknowledgements. Let me start here on my left with Ms. Mejia.
Good evening, everyone. November is National Family Literacy Month, and I just have a couple of tips for our families out there. Try reading in a different format, audiobook or digital. Parents, share your Saturday morning childhood memories with your children, because storytelling is a great way to build literacy. Last tip is write a note. Writing is part of literacy. Consider writing notes of appreciation and thanks to the special people in your life. I had the pleasure of attending several events across the district, starting off with the VEX Robotics Competition. The Rio Hondo Middle School League held at the STEAM Academy. Both the STEAM Academy obviously was there, and also Rivera Middle School. It was wonderful to see the students so engaged. Kudos to Mr. Ormseth, Mr. Yanarella, the staff and the parent volunteers for hosting the Robotics League. I believe that they have competition this weekend. They have about 4 more, and I believe their last one is in January. I had the pleasure of volunteering at the Durfee No Excuses Halloween Parade. It was a joy to see our students in their adorable costumes, and a special thanks to Principal Arata for letting me participate. I had the pleasure of seeing our cabinet dressed up super amazing costumes. It was great. Athletics. I've had the opportunity to attend some amazing athletic competitions. Our teams are having banner seasons, amazing seasons. Congratulations to our girls volleyball team for making it to the semis at CIF. Girls tennis, our cross country, we had one person, Alex Figueroa, representing at CIF prelims for El Rancho High School. He's a sophomore. He has a great future. Additionally, I just want to congratulate our varsity football team for having an exciting season. You know, Friday Night Lights, they help bring our community together, having those, you know, experiences of being together as a community. So once again, congratulations and thank you to the parents, coaches, and players, obviously, for the exciting season. Additionally, hats off again to the communication team for covering not only sports, but also our VAPA programs. We were able to see our Dance Marching Band, who also placed at a competition. It's I can't stress enough how great it is that parents and community members are able to see all the great things happening at our school district. So thank you, Dr. Esparza, because I know that you're key and instrumental in this. I was able to attend last month our CSBA Region 24 meeting where we shared best practices for running a successful board meeting. Yesterday, I was able to attend the LA County Trustee Association meeting where Superintendent Dr. Deborah Duardo gave an update on what's going on in the districts, how she supports our districts. There's 80 school districts in LA County. She meets weekly with superintendents, and she shared different supports that she has for the districts. I attended NALEO, National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials. This is a nationwide organization, and I was happy to meet an alumni from our district. Her name is Jasmine Ramirez, and she's a trustee in Carbondale, Colorado. So, you know, it's neat to see our students succeed and share leadership roles. Additionally, I attended the Making Elementary Science Sizzle with Tools for Teachers webinar. Our very own Ms. De La Loza from Valencia did an outstanding job in her presentation and made our district very proud. Last week was Veterans Day, and I just want to say thank you to Mr. Rojo and Mr. Ammerman, our teachers that are veterans. Thank you for your service. Thank you to to parents and staff and community members who served our country. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Esparza for her leadership, because we're still in a pandemic, and you have made our district shine, and I hope that our board majority, because it seems like we have a new board majority now, that they listen to our community. I hope that it is reconsidered. Dr. Esparza, you're a very strong Latina. Thank you for your leadership. And I know that you're a professional. And I hope that our board not only listens with their ears, but also with their hearts. Thank you, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving with your families.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Ms. Perez?
Good evening. So I don't have the dates exactly, but I attended. Thank you to Sandy for sending it over to Red Ribbon Week at Arancho. I know Dr. Esparza was there, Ms. Castillo was there. The program La Cada, and I think I'm pronouncing it right. They talked about not just the services when it comes to substance, but they have so many other opportunities, and so I would love to also get more information from them. They talk about, you know, providing therapy for people who don't maybe have a substance abuse. And so that was really cool to see all the students like sign up. They were really excited because they had a huge thing going on in the quad. So thank you to La Cada for that. And then today, actually, I went to Ellen Ochoa to talk about college and career readiness. So I talked about UC Santa Barbara, what it's like to be a software engineer. And I think for me, I missed that piece, right? For me, I became a board member because of the students. And so to interact with students, I thank Ms. Heidi Schlig, Dr. Andrade Lopez, and Mrs. Espinoza for giving me the opportunity to talk with students, to share with them even a little bit about what is coding, that they're capable of it. And to me, I hope that we do more of that as a board, because those are the people we represent. For me, that's the reason I'm here. And I just want to give a huge shout out to the College and Career Center. I know Mr. Ortiz was my advisor, and if it wasn't for him, I probably would not have gone all the scholarships and understand how to fill out the paperwork, especially as a first generation. So I just want to give a huge shout out to all the college and career counselors across the schools. Thank you for doing what you're doing, and to the students, good luck. You're almost there, you're almost applying. And again, just thank you for everything. And I just want to comment on the comments of the 3-2 vote. I don't think that we're a board we're going to disagree. We're like a family. Honestly, these are my family. And so we may not agree on everything, but we still are here to ensure that the students are our priority. And to me, I believe everyone on this board is here to work for a cause, and we're not going to agree on everything. It's not always going to be 5-0. It's not ideal. It's ideal, sorry, but that's just not reality. So I just want to keep the community at ease that we'll figure it out and that we are together. And I just want to wish everyone a great holiday and happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Ms. Castillo?
First of all, I want to wish everyone a happy Easter. Enjoy your time, not Easter. Happy Thanksgiving. My mind is gone blank. It's probably with me, hitting footballs at the stadium today. I had a strange day. I know, yeah. I caught a football. I was on a tour at the SoFi Stadium, so never really held football before. So anyway, but happy Thanksgiving. And we can also celebrate Easter by having a little bunny at the table if you want. So enjoy. I think this is going to be a much better Thanksgiving for all versus what we've been through in the past. Now, I want to talk a little bit about stability. I've looked up the definition for stability, and that means we're just moving along. There is no change to stability. And so I keep thinking, well, it's nice that we don't want that people are looking for stability. But keep in mind, we haven't had stability in the last 2 years with the pandemic. We have had to be flexible and adaptable with the distance learning that we've all gone through. Everybody had pulled through to make sure that our students had their distance learning. Even when they came back to school, the doors were open. So the stability is something that we never will have in the future. And the reason why is because the world is changing. The workforce is changing. The jobs are changing. Climate change is here. So we need to make sure that we learn to be flexible and adaptive. So when we look forward, it's about what we do in our minds and in the classrooms that bring some stability to the kids as we teach them how to cope with change. For every generation, there are changes. I can remember that when I was in college 40 years ago, we had key punch. So I had to do key punch. We didn't have computers. PCs came in the 1980s. So we all have gone through transitions. And so we will continue to go through transitions. We just have to be aware and be able to understand and accept. So anyway, that's it, and have a happy Easter.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Dr. Rivera.
Thank you. Thank you for the comic relief there, Ms. Castillo. Good evening, everyone. I know last week was Veterans Day. We had a holiday to honor our servicemen and women. Thank you for your service. In particular, I would like to remember Richard Briones, who was a proud Marine here in our community. He served as president of our local post. He was an advocate for veterans, and he was much involved with a lot of community affairs. So, Richard, rest in peace. I do want to mention that the district will be sponsoring a food giveaway on November 20th, El Rancho High School. I suspect that Dr. Esparza has more information on that in her update. So, watch out for that date, and it'll be happening again on November 20th at El Rancho High School. This Thursday, I'm going to be part of the School District and City Ad Hoc Committee on Public Safety. I'm glad tonight that everyone shared their concerns in terms of the Sheriff Resource Officer and additional security for our school district. I will take your recommendations to that meeting coming Thursday and advocate for a continued partnership between with the city and the school district. The city in the past has sponsored our deputy at the high school, and I plan to advocate for that and hopefully increase deputy presence around our schools as well. So I'm looking forward to that meeting coming Thursday. I mentioned it before, we are hiring. I know there were some concerns about lack of staff or perceived lack of staff. The reality is that there is a shortage of labor, and El Rancho School District is experiencing it. I'm proud to say that some of our staff has, put in double time, triple time, weekend time to make up the difference, and, thank you for that. But again, we are hiring. We do have a job shortage. Please put in your application. In fact, I think tonight we'll be hiring some new employees as a result of that recruitment effort. I want to send a very special message to our students out there, and I hope you're listening carefully. I want you to know that the school board, as well as these adults here in this room here tonight, we understand what the pandemic has done to you and your family. I'm sure at times you'll feel sad, anxious, upset, and a lot of people are going through that. And unfortunately, we somewhat been sequestered about a year and a half, and it creates a lot of anxiety and makes you anxious. So what I would like to tell you is that if you're feeling sad, if you're feeling upset, if you're feeling anxious, please talk to your teacher. Talk to your teacher's aide. Talk to our school police, who are very active in working with our students. Talk to our principal. Just talk to someone at the school site. We have a lot of services and intervention that we can provide you if you're feeling that way, but please, we won't know unless you speak up and say something. And to the parents out there, if your child is sad or anxious or feeling upset, please contact your school site. Please contact the school principal and see what services that we can provide. Ms. Delgado has created a very significant social-emotional program for our school district. In fact, it's going to be getting an award next month from the California School Board Association. We do have the services. You simply have to speak up. Please, please speak up. I do want to wish everyone a blessed, happy Thanksgiving. Please be safe. Hopefully, we'll spend more time with our family now that we've had some interventions in terms of the pandemic. And I hope everyone enjoys their Thanksgiving, our people in our community, as well as our folks in here in the office, in the room here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. My comments are very brief. I do want to congratulate all the athlete teams. They worked very hard and made it to the CIF. I was not physically present at the games. However, thanks to technology and our communications team here, the games are streamed. So I did have the opportunity to watch some of that as I did the robotics competition. It's just wonderful. And I want to talk a little bit about to the students as well, especially to our athletes, boys and girls. Your spirit was not crushed, has not been crushed by the unexpected challenges and disappointments that you all experienced this past year. You pulled through, you pulled yourselves together, and you returned to the classrooms, and you forged ahead. with the same spirit to continue doing what you were doing before you were derailed. And I also want to say to everyone that these are lessons to be learned from our athletes, to be learned from what they have accomplished. These athletes, when they are in the court or in the field, they are faced with decisions, sometimes split decisions, that oftentimes are not easy to make, but they are always made with the intent to support and take the team to victory. And the same can be said for public officials who have taken an oath to make the right decisions that in the end will be the right ones. These are lessons that all of us can learn from the athletes, that win or lose, they stay together. I'm going to say that this is not a 3-2 group you see up here. Do not panic. Do not go back. This is not a 3-2. This is a board that came for the right reasons. And I want to believe in the integrity of that commitment, of that oath that we all made, and that I made when I chose to stay on the board for an additional 4 years. That is to be guided by ethics and integrity and truth and respect more than anything. This is a 5-member board. It will become a 4-1 or a 3-2 when an individual makes a conscious decision to split away, to split apart. One of our trustees talked a little bit about stability, and I agree. Stability is not predicated on individuals, but rather on how we all come together. That's the stability. I have complete faith and confidence and trust in our staff, our employees, and our community, because we have gone through unsurmountable, what appear to be unsurmountable challenges, and we pulled together and we stayed together. And some of you may have noticed, some of you may have not, but I do want to say it, that for me, my motto, it is, we are stronger together. We will continue to be together. Why? Because we all have the same end in mind, one common goal. That hasn't changed. I don't believe anyone is here that does not have the best interest of the students at hand. I had a unique opportunity to get a reality check this past week when I visited, of course, my school, Valencia. I went to also thank the students for the letters they sent to the board. And we talked a little bit about who I am and what I do and the structure here in the district. But I also talked to them a little bit about some of the decisions they have to make in choosing their friends, their clothes. You know, some of the students I happened to have not a real authentic Gucci hairband. And one student says, "Oh, you must be rich. You have a Gucci headband." And I thought, how does this 4th grader know? I said, no, I'm not rich. I only get a small stipend of $200. And I said, well, don't be guided by name brands. Wear what you're comfortable with. So it was just a wonderful, beautiful experience that I could have spent the whole day there, except it was a minimum day, and I had to pick up my grandson, and I could see the teachers and Dr. Lara wanting to, okay, come on, let's go. But that brought me back to why I have been serving this district for, 3 decades, and why I'm still here, and why I continue to serve my community. Those students, they re-energize me, and I need to continue doing what I have been doing, and have been doing a very good job, because I will continue to be guided by what I have always said at this dais: ethics, integrity, and respect. I want to wish everyone a very blessed Thanksgiving, because yes, we are just thankful just to be sitting here and to be able to have those meals with our entire family. that we miss so much. Unfortunately, for many, it's going to be a very difficult time, but I want you to know that you're all in my prayers. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Now I will then take it to item 14. These are comments and reports by Superintendent and Cabinet. Dr. Esparza.
Thank you. So I just want to congratulate all of the schools that participated in all the fun Halloween activities, recognizing the efforts from the teachers, the staff, and the parents, and especially our students who dressed and did amazing things during the Halloween week. Also for our exceptional athletes from El Rancho High School, those who went to CIF and those who actually just participate. Again, those who sometimes don't win, they're winners at heart because they really put their efforts out there and they do the best for their team. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Sam Jennis, one of our amazing veterans here in El Rancho Unified. I know there are several veterans. I can't name them all, but he's for the first to come to mind. Thank you, Mr. Jennis, for your service, for supporting our country, but also for supporting all of the students and families in El Rancho Unified. I'd also like to thank Marla Diaz for leading the efforts and supporting students from being drug-free and working closely with Ms. Dora Soto Delgado in Student Services and the LA CARA team. Yes, on November 20th, this Saturday, we're going to give 200 turkey or ham vouchers from Northgate. We've been partnering with Northgate. We will be at El Rancho High School. We'll also be giving out over 1,000 boxes of dried goods for those individuals, those families who need some food during the holidays as we will be closed for 1 week. Please feel free. The event starts at 9 a.m. at El Rancho High School. I've been working closely with Northgate and with Hyundai to ensure that we have a gifting opportunity in December. So they have both partnered to be able to give our district over 2,000 toys and gifts for our students. We'll be providing the date of that closer to December. I also did want to make some comments. As we hear this news this evening, I ask that my cabinet just continue to be strong and that for us to all work together. I want to make sure that we are strong for our students and our staff. We made a commitment to be here and to do the right thing. And the right thing is to work for our students as hard as we can. But I will need to identify some things that have happened in these past few years that we must not forget in the hard work that we all did together. And some I know, some board members pushed, and I know that some staff pushed, and I know that some families pushed. But we pushed and we got it done together. We removed Presidio Communications. We removed Mission Trails Advisors, who was attempting to seek approval on capital appreciation bonds. We removed Telecu, who was charging over $3 million to oversee construction of a construction company on the same contract. We removed Bernard Brothers, leaseback, which leases property to a developer who in turn builds a school facility on the property and leases it back to the school district. We removed that from happening here. We did not work with the legal bond counsel who tried to get us to sell capital bonds. We also identified staff from the district's IT department with amazing tech skills. They now manage our communications, all the communications that you hear the parents talking about. The communications that the board has also recognized. They have great rapport now with the community and making sure that we're informing our community. We've been doing a great job of that together. We've worked closely with our fiscal director and our fiscal staff prior to hiring a great CBO who I have right here, right next to me. We worked with our fiscal director, Lily Huntenberg, to ensure our budget was balanced, and we're there now. And we're doing a great job of moving forward with that. I've worked closely and made relationships with our union leaders. That's not easy, but it worked. And we're all working closer together to make sure our students and our staff receive what they need. We're working closely with our union partnership. We pushed to ensure that the PERB against the district was resolved to make sure that there was true justice for several principals and staff. And some of those principals are now back with us. We work closely with LACO. We've gotten over 1,000 Chromebooks from them, as well as hotspots. We've been able to provide the community with so much opportunity, not just during distance learning, but even now. We work closely with the Director of IT and the Director of Student Services, Dora Soto Delgado, for that effort, especially when we were on distance learning and our students needed Wi-Fi, our students needed internet access. Our students didn't have to go to Starbucks or have to go out of their home to find internet access. We were providing it here for them. I want to say that I found several gems in the district who had not been given the opportunity to shine. They're all sitting here tonight. The CIA directors, including the Director of Early Learning, the Director of Special Ed, and the Business Services Director. When I began in El Rancho, they were eager to support our students and staff, but they were always limited. Today, they have spread their wings and are soaring at always working to improve the district and bringing our students and staff opportunities to grow academically and professionally. These are amazing people that we have here in front of us, and I stand alongside them in my leadership. As leaders, we have encouraged our school leaders to take on working or identifying their English language learners. We've been doing a lot of that. We've been doing so much of that. And our administrators are now working to make sure that they identify who those English learners are and that they really give them those opportunities. We've also implemented the first phase of MTSS as a district leadership, and we're working to promote that throughout the district. As leaders, we're also implementing cognitive coaching to school leaders and staff to ensure we're having targeted conversations on how to improve the culture and climate. We know that the culture and climate has suffered in the past few years, and we've been working these past few months to make sure that our staff is really working to ensure that they're having those courageous conversations and those supportive conversations with their staff. As leaders, we ensure that the district is highlighted by identifying all of its strengths to the staff, the students, and their families in the community. We've worked closely with the food services directors in her department to make sure that we are providing our students and families food, especially during the pandemic. We provided so much food to our community, not just to our students and staff, but we also provided it to the rest of the community, those who are not El Rancho Unified families. We wanted to make sure that we were supporting the community of Pico Rivera. We also support academic directors. When they bring ideas to the table, they really shine. And we make sure that we give them that confidence to move forward. We've encouraged to include parents from the beginning of their child's education through high school and beyond. And that is why now parent conferences are going K-12, as well as in early ed. We've worked diligently to highlight the amazing district that I get to lead. This has attracted news media, and we've also been highlighted as one of the greatest districts in the county with some of the events that take place here. We've been highlighted over 5 times with Los Angeles County Office of Education. The district deserves to be shared with everyone. That's what I believe. In the last year, we've been positively featured in the LA Times, Education Week, Channel 4, Channel 9, Channel 11, Channel 34, Channel 52, and several cable channels. We've been able to do all of this together. I want to take a little bit of credit for leading the district through this pandemic. With the help of my cabinet and great school administrators, amazing teachers who morphed into techies in the matter of just a few days, and parents who helped to support the changes of their children throughout the journey, as well as with the support from the board. We did this together. We've kept everyone safe and healthy by operating one of the first COVID-19 vaccine clinics, and now we've offered dozens. We offer the booster clinic. We offer, now we will be offering from 5 and above beginning this Friday. We've been the first in our county to be able to do things like this, and it's because we've been working together. We've advocated for monies to support campaigns and make sure that organizations are really supporting the district to benefit our Rancho families. Again, this week, Northgate provided 200 gift cards for families to receive a turkey or a ham voucher. And also, again, we will be partnering with them in December to provide our students gifts. Board, staff, I made a commitment to El Rancho Unified, to the students, to the families, and to all of the staff in El Rancho. I committed to give my all and to move us forward together. I hope you will reconsider allowing the district to maintain stability as our momentum is upward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. We're going to move on now to item 16. These are discussion items. What I'd like to propose to the board before we move on to the first one, because we still have several items in closed session that we need to address. I would like to propose to the board, with your approval, if we can table 15B and 15C. This is the first reading on the two board bylaws. Board members? Yeah, Ms. Mejia?
Not table, but continue, because table.
I'm sorry.
Would just,
That we continue the discussion at
the
a
next,
future board meeting.
yes.
Yes, thank you. Did I see you nod?
I wasn't sure about the second or yeah.
Okay, so I will need to take a motion on this one.
So
the- Ms. Mejia? Okay, so we have a first by Marino and a second by Mejia. I will now take this to a vote to have these two items at a future board meeting. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
And Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes, 5-0. Thank you. Let's now move on to 15A, and this is the discussion of the Deputy Sheriff School Resource Officer. Dr. Esparza?
So with that, the Deputy Sheriff School Resource Officer, again, is a contract of an SRO to be able to support the school for 180 days or to support the district. The last SRO really provided lots of support at El Rancho High School, and this is an approximated $216,000, which includes their salary and benefits. Anything after that, meaning summer or any other times, any holidays, it is prevailing wages.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. Board members? Discussion on this? Dr. Rivera?
We're simply discussing, we're not going to be making a decision on that tonight, correct?
Correct. It's simply a discussion, and this discussion is going to take place to make sure that the board that is going to be a part of the ad hoc committee on Thursday, as well as myself, that we have any input that the board would like for us to present to the city at that time.
Yeah. So at this time, I would like to hear, because Ms. Mejia and myself are on that ad hoc committee, and to hear any suggestions that you would like us to take to the city. Of course, what I plan to do is, bring my proposal in terms of the city. The city has historically shared the cost of a deputy at the high school. And I know the previous board, I guess, didn't agree with the deputy being there, and with the deputy was removed. But the community is saying they want a deputy there, and let's get a deputy there, so.
Ms. Mejia, since you're also on the ad hoc committee?
Yes, as I stated at the last board meeting when we had a discussion, I most definitely want to pursue the collaboration with the city. But at the same time, if the city is not amenable to pursue this, I think our students deserve to be safe. Our community wants our students to be safe, and that we have that in our mind as well. Like, we shouldn't let that be an obstacle, that we should continue with funding a deputy resource officer.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Ms. Castillo or Ms. Perez?
I was on the board when we didn't get that item passed to renew it. And I was really disappointed because I had participated in some of the programs that the Sheriff's Department had, and they've done a good job. And I feel that the school is ready to bring them back. So I think that when you have your discussion, you'll do that. And so I know I talked informally to the new police chief. Her name is Jody Hutt. She was also at the SoFi Stadium for our little tour. And so we talked a little bit about how interested we are to have this re-engagement with the school district. So they already have a little heads up. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perez?
Thank you. I also think it's very important, the safety, especially being at Rancho on Friday. There's so many students going everywhere, and it's impossible for staff to always be everywhere. So I am excited for that. And I'm sure it's probably going to happen, but I would love to see their partnership and collaboration with Ms. Soto Delgado's department to see how they can work together, especially because nowadays it's more about, how can we prevent it versus reprimand it. So I'm excited for that.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. I too was on the board when that partnership came to an end, and we heard not only tonight, but over the course of time, we have heard numerous times from our community that it is something that we should definitely be bringing back, given some of the situations that we've had here in our district. Of course, as you both, thank you, Dr. Rivera, Ms. Mejia, for representing the district at the table. You'll be meeting on Thursday, I believe, with the two council members and, of course, Dr. Esparza, that ideally, because both the city council and the district, we all serve the same community, hopefully that they'll be able to also support us financially. I'm not sure what the numbers look like. Perhaps Mr. Rail has an idea of what it would cost the district to have, if the district were to bear the cost for a full-time sheriff. I don't know what we were paying before, but I know everything has gone up, so I don't expect it to be. I know it's, I want to throw this number out there. It sounds like it's over 200K, right?
Yes, it actually is. We received recently information from the Contract Bureau at over 216,000 for
Okay.
180 days.
Okay, so we're talking $250,000. And so I really truly hope, and so this is my recommendation that you bring to the, at your meeting on Thursday, that we definitely need to support each other, and this is one way to do it. At a future time, we'll have a discussion whether the district is financially able to perhaps start on a part-time, rather than full-time somehow, but that's a discussion for the future. Right now, it's just to establish the partnership, enter into that partnership with the sheriff. So thank you so much for representing and for attending this meeting. Hope you can bring us good news.
I have a question, Dr.
Yes.
Moreno. For Dr. Esparza. Would we be able to get information as far as like how, was it an MOU that it was established in the past?
It was a contract.
No, I'm sorry. Not for, I know that for the resource, for the deputy resource officer, it's going to be directly with the, with county.
Right.
I'm asking regarding the partnership, what it was before, how it was structured with the city.
So I would not be able to answer that because I was not here at that time. I think Ms. Dora Soto Delgado will have more knowledge of that.
It was an agreement as well. So they would have to approve their agreement, then we would then approve ours, just to ensure that each party or each agency was responsible for their part of the payment for the sheriff's department. And so, either we paid for it and then the city reimbursed us, or at one point, 1 year, they paid for it and we reimbursed them.
And I believe that's, I heard that there was maybe miscommunication, so I just want to make sure that we come to the table with a plan as far as what the structure would be, possible structures. That way there's no, well, they didn't pay, they were supposed to pay, and it was your turn, and things of that nature, so that it's very clear and that we have a good partnership. If that's amenable to the board.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mejia. All right, so let's now move on to the consent agenda, item number 16. Are there any items that you like to pull, board members?
Dr. Marino, I need to pull 16F 7I.
I'm sorry, what is this, 16?
16F as in Frank, 7I as in iPhone.
Thank you.
Pull and abstain.
Pull, thank you. Any additional items? No. Okay. All right, I need a motion to approve the
So moved.
consent agenda. Thank you, Ms. Mejia. I'll second that. I'll take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And Merino, yes. I vote to approve the consent agenda. Let's now move on to item 16F7I. I'll motion that. I need a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Ms. Mejia, you pulled it to abstain only, right? Thank you. I will now take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia abstains. Ms. Perez?
Yes.
And Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. 4 yes, 1 abstention on this item. Let's now move on to item 16, and this is new business action items, the superintendent's office. 17A.1 nominations for the California School Board Association, CSBA Delegate Assembly. I need a motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia, and I'll second that. And there's a discussion here. Before we begin the discussion, Dr. Esparza, I sent you a question that, I'm sorry, you sent the response. I didn't see it when I left at 5 o'clock. Is this CSBA, because currently we have Ms. Castillo as our delegate, and her term expires at the end of the year, in the February?
It's in 2023.
Okay, so is this for another delegate? I just need clarity before we,
So yes, it's for another delegate.
for another delegate. So we'll have 2 delegates?
And
but
one is an
not from the
alternative.
board.
One is an alternative. An alternate, sorry.
Alternate from the board?
Yes.
I see. Thank you for the clarification. All right, so we are now in the discussion phase of this item. Board members, do you have any questions here, or before we get into who we'll nominate to be the alternate?
I don't think it's an alternate per se. I think it is for an actual delegate. Because it has a year, 22 to 24.
And so the person that would be attending is the person that has been attending. So we were informed that it would be another person, so that I don't know if both are going to be attending. I don't know if you've been attending all of the events. So then we would then propose for it to be two delegates.
My understanding of the CSB Delegate Assembly is that, so any board member can nominate to attend. So you're not necessarily representing the district, you're just representing the region as a CSBA member,
Right.
as a trustee.
Right. It's for the region.
I'll just make a comment that I've been attending the delegate meetings, and I'll tell them they're infrequent. So I've only had one or two opportunities. They've had Zoom meetings. And so that's, and it's talking more about legislation. So, and then understanding positions, and in some cases, the budget. So it's just more of an outbriefing. And there's really no projects that the delegate is working on from where I've participated. So, like I said, I'll be attending their leadership meeting in San Diego with the CSBA. They'll have a meeting, a Region 24 meeting.
So,
Their schedule.
thank you, Ms. Castillo, because from my recollection, which don't trust it all the time, we've only had one representative from the board here, but what I hear you say now is that they have requested an alternate or a second
Yes,
trustee.
yes.
Okay. Any nominations or volunteers?
I'll volunteer.
Oh, thank you. I second that. Ms. Mejia. We're going to vote now for Ms. Mejia to be also a representative for Region 24. Okay. And let me start with Ms. Castillo.
Yes, I'll have to tell you, you have to do an application. So there's an application.
Well, you two can get together,
I'll
absolutely.
help you out.
Thank you. See, working together. Ms. Castillo, your vote.
Yes.
And Ms. Mejia.
Yes.
And Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes, 5-0. Ms. Esther, Trustee Mejia is now our representative at, to the Assembly. Let's see, 17A2, I need a motion.
I'll move.
Second.
Thank you, Rivera Castillo. No discussion here, I assume, so I'll take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino abstains. 4-0, one abstention on 17.8.2. 17, let's see, B.1. This is adopt resolution number 15-2021-22 in support of National Homeless Youth Awareness Month. I need a motion that. I need a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia.
Second.
That was Ms. Mejia, Dr. Rivera. Thank you. Once again, this resolution does not need to be read aloud since it has been published. Is there any discussion here, board members?
Just a quick comment, if I may.
Yes.
Whoever handles the Vento social media, they do an amazing job. So kudos and thank you for all the information that they provide to our families and community.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Additional comments here? All right, I will take this to a vote now. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes, 5-0 to adopt the resolution. Let's now move on to 17.C, Division of Business Services. 17C1, approve Third Amendment of the West Burke plus White Architects contract for the multipurpose rooms modernization project at 8 elementary schools. I'll motion that.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Discussion on 17C.1. Before, if I may, point of privilege here. We have 17C1, which is with the Westberg and White. We have 17C2, which is the master agreement with LPA. We have 17C3. No, that's just the short list. Probably 1, 2, and for me, it would be 1 and 2. This has to do with the bond, all right? I sent my questions, but I did see the responses to Ms. Castillo's questions, but I didn't see the responses to my questions. So these two items, for me, I don't know about the other board members, maybe it's just something unique to me, but I honestly didn't understand all of the numbers there, all of the amendments. And if I'm the only one, then we'll have this discussion one by one and do the voting. I'm just wondering if the board would be, this is another item that we perhaps, this is what I'm proposing. These items, because we're talking millions of dollars here, and we're talking about making informed decisions. I don't know if you are open to having a special board meeting just to talk about these bond projects. Why do I say that? Because I want to see a running balance. I want to see a full scope of work. We're talking about amendment number 3. Well, remind me what amendment number 2 was and how much has been allocated so that I know whether to approve amendment number 3, we still have the funding. I'm not going to say anymore, other than I don't have enough information. Board members?
Yes, if I may, Dr. Marino?
Yes, Ms. Mejia.
I respectfully disagree. I believe that we have been provided sufficient information, and one of the items that's on here, well, I shouldn't even be really talking about it because I'm not at that item yet.
Okay.
There's an item on here that's going to help us really have a clear picture of all the items, how much is spent, something that we've been waiting for a long time. We're not going to have a meeting until next month, and I believe that the community expects us to fast track this. I mean, that's what we've been hearing, and that's what we, as board members, also said, that we need to, let's go, let's get moving. So I do not think we should move it to a special meeting. I think that that's one of the discussions that this board also had, saying that we have too many special meetings. So we're here. We have the information. We've all had the information to review it. I hope everyone's keeping track of it. And I think that we should be able to move on this and take action.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Additional, well, before another board member makes a comment, let me just say this. We have we have information. But here's my concern. How much are we spending? How much is going to be left? Because we're not even talking stadiums here. So we're approving all these amendments. How much is been left? How much is left to even begin discussion on the stadiums? Or has that gone to the back burner? Not for me. If we are still within the range, and I can't remember the numbers right now, how much money we have, but I believe we're in the vicinity of 30 million, 28 million, something like this. And so, okay, let me hear from the other board members. If you have comments, if not, we'll take it one by one. That's fine. I don't hear anybody else, so we'll take it one by one. Oh.
Joe, do you want to go first? Or shall I go?
Go ahead.
I really did my homework on this item because I am concerned, and you saw some of my notes.
Okay, wait, then if we're going to do 17C1, I need to have a motion.
Oh,
Okay?
can we do them both at the same time?
No, we're going to
We
do one
already
by
had a
one.
motion, Dr.
Okay.
Marino.
I need a motion?
We already had a motion.
Oh, we did?
Yes.
Oh, I did and you did, okay. So now we're in the discussion phase, yes. Go ahead, Ms. Castillo.
Okay, 17. This, the first one has to do with the multipurpose room. And at this one, when we first started the project, which was approved in November of 2020, it was for about let me look at the numbers. It was for $3.7 million. That's what we were given as a budget number. And I'm going to say budget number because that's what we're trying to manage to in terms of the bond project. So now, let me get here. So now that we got the 3.7, this project scope, from what my calculations have been, is $8.7 million more that now upgrades the cafeterias into multi-purpose rooms. This approval actually does that. If we approve this tonight, that actually adds to what the total project cost will be at $12.4 million. That's the estimate. I might be shy, but I think that's what the cost is, $12.4 million. And so my concern is that's a hefty increase of $8 million without some further discussion and understanding what the total impact of what our existing bond money that's available now, which my understanding is about $18 million. And we have a plan to sell more bonds early next year of about $35 million. So when you look at 1835, we have $53 million. I think that's what the plan was for. So I'm concerned that we need to have a better scope. I wouldn't say better scope of work. I think the scope of work is pretty good. I think what we need to understand is the bond funding availability and the phasing of the project. That's what concerns me, okay? And so, so that's my comments for that particular item.
Can Mr.
On
Rail,
17C.1.
can Mr. Rail make some comment?
Of course. You need to hear, yeah.
Sorry, I can't breathe. Good evening. So you're absolutely correct that the initial project that was scoped back, I think it was November of 2020, talked about putting HVAC in the cafeterias. I'm going to use multipurpose room and cafeteria interchangeably for the elementary schools because it's one space. As Mrs. Clement and I were looking at the project, the only thing that was scoped for that area was the HVAC. And the plan was to put the HVAC on the roof. There's a couple issues with putting it on the roof. If we put it on the roof, you also have to do studies for the earthquake stability. That was never scoped out in the initial plan. Instead, and they were going to abandon all the HVAC that's there now in what they call the interstitial space. I personally consider it like attic space. It's between the ceiling and the roof, but the fancy people call it interstitial space. So instead, we want to place the HVAC in that interstitial space. It won't be, ugly for the neighborhood to look at up on the ceiling, and it won't trigger all the DSA earthquake issues that would come, which would be additional money that was not part of that plan. Also, as we look at this space that the students use, you all know it's very old, and it really hasn't been, addressed or taken care of for many, many years. So we wanted to look at it as an overall, making it a nice space for the students and the community because those spaces are used for community meetings. The students eat lunch in there. If they do movie nights, any kind of little theater events, that all happens in that space. So we wanted to take a more holistic view of the project, slightly different than the initial scope was done. And that's what we're bringing forward to the board for consideration. The total project would be $8,248,000 to do this holistically. It would be new drapery for the stage. I don't know if you're aware, but underneath the stage is the storage place where you keep like the chairs, and there's tracks under there that the carts go on. Well, that's all completely dysfunctional. And so all of the chair storage, I feel like I have my back to you, I'm sorry. All the chair storage takes up about 700 square feet in each of these spaces. And so that's that space that can't be used effectively by the students and the staff. The lighting is not up to code and it's not quite bright enough for really what you want in that kind of space. We also would be, painting the inside and giving it a nice facelift and make it more usable for the community. So that was our goal and perspective. I think when the initial scope, humbly, I'm saying when the initial scope was done, I don't think all the pieces and components were really thought through as effectively as we would want. Because we're really trying to make our bond dollars stretch really far and really give the community what it deserves, which are really nice spaces for the students and the staff. And that's why we're bringing this forward. These things weren't considered at that time, but we really would like to have you consider it. It also would include speakers, LCD displays. So perhaps there could be, teaching opportunities for larger groups of students. It would make it a more interactive space that can be used for a variety of things. The chairs, the tables, that fold up and are supposed to go in that recess in the wall, they don't work anymore. And each of those recess panels takes up, Charlotte, please correct me, say 18 inches on each wall, so you're losing 3 feet of space. So we'd like to rework that and make it a little bit more modern and make the furniture a little bit more usable for the cafeteria and other activities. So that's what we're bringing forward for your consideration.
I don't, I believe that your request is reasonable, and I feel that it's needed. My concern is the projects totals that we're looking at and our bond availability. That's where I feel we are at a risk. Because every time I see a budget, well, I don't see a budget. When you give your presentation, there is no numbers. You need to change that. And we need to see what it looks like. But I've always looked at all the projects that we have is about, we have about 6 projects. And with the 6 projects, including the football stadium, it says we have a certain amount of money available. And I think, we have to understand our bond sales because we have to go forward with it. But how much bond sales can we go forward with and when can we go with it? That's my concern because we're not talking about the next item, but we'll talk about that. But, and I'll tell you, I'm looking at 6 projects. And when I did my little addition, it came in, to about $45 million, okay? And with the $45 million, I knew that with 18 million and 35, we would be in good shape because we would have $35 million in bond sales, and then we would have the 18 available so we could cover it, okay? But now that I'm looking at these additional numbers, and it does, like I said, it didn't include the football stadium, I'm seeing that we're looking at something like $63 million. When we're looking at $63 million, that means we got to sell a lot more bonds. And so I feel that we are at a risk. And I says, not that we don't want to proceed. I think we all want to proceed. But I feel that we are at a risk that we need to have a better understanding of the bond sales and the phasing of the project so that we can pay for it. Bonds are traditionally a problem for all school districts within California. People can go bankrupt with these bonds projects, and it's because the construction costs are always higher than we expect, and they certainly will be with the price of materials being higher than what we had before. And we only have a certain capacity with our measure ER. So, the key is it's a risk. And then usually when you're looking at these projects, you're looking at a 10% management reserve in case something wasn't, was an unexpected surprise. You had 10% that you didn't feel that you could do that. So when I'm looking at 10%, I'm looking that these projects can cost us as much as $70 million.
So if I can add just a little bit to the conversation, if that'd be okay?
Yeah,
I
go
absolutely
ahead.
understand your request to
Yeah.
have what the bond fund is available, what the proposed sales would be in probably March.
Yeah.
And what that would be. That I completely understand, and we'll develop that.
Yeah.
And we'll have it in a format that's acceptable and easily understood by the board and the community. At the current moment, sorry, I just went silent. The balance in the ER bond is 28 million.
I'm sorry, how much?
28 million. I'm just rounding off. And from the A bond, we still have $958,000. Some of the projects we reviewed with you at the last meeting also can be paid for ESSER, just as a reminder. So when we talked about the HVAC projects across the district, that's 100% going to come from ESSER. So that won't impact any bond dollars. And any components of these projects that had HVAC involved, we can also use ESSER money. The PA system, alarm system, fire project that we brought forward to discuss as a possibility, I mean, it's not approved before, but just as a possibility, those also we can use ESSER funds for. So what we'll do when we put this together is we'll clearly delineate which pieces are bond and which pieces the ESSER funds can be used for. And then also to remind you, Linda Sanchez generously donated quite a lot of money to us, and that money can be used the same as ESSER money. I called to confirm that with our office just to make sure it's all coming from the same federal pot, but I didn't know if they could change the restrictions on that. So it runs right along with that. So that money is also available. I understand your concern. I managed a large bond project at Temple City. I'm proud to say I had 6 years of absolutely clean audits, not one single audit finding. I had 2 change orders in 6 years. So I'm a tightwad. I mean, I look at it as my own money. I don't like to waste money. So honestly, I understand and respect the questions that you have, and we will do our very best to provide you with the information that you're looking for, so everyone has that same comfort. But anytime we look at a project that's already been scoped out, if Charlotte and I work together and we say, you know what, this isn't really what the community deserves, it really should be a little broader than that, we're absolutely going to bring it back to you every time. And of course, it's your decision which way we go, but we feel very strongly that it's our obligation and our duty to bring that to you and point out anything we see that maybe didn't get looked into the first time around.
Yeah, because people, I spent hours going back and looking at what we had proved when. And, it makes it very confusing for others to understand that this, $8 million here, $5 million for the locker rooms. They don't see that it's an additional scope of work that we have. In most cases, I think we agree that some work needs to be done. It isn't a disagreement of not having it, because we know that our facilities need significant improvements. And, but we want to be cautious, and we want to make sure we don't run into any problems. So anyway.
One of the questions you had was about the boys and girls locker room.
Yeah.
And when we were looking at the notes that we had and looked back at board minutes, at the September 7th meeting, we saw in our notes that direction was given to the superintendent to include the boys and girls locker room in the scope of work with the swimming pool. And that's why we were taking that direction and bringing that back for consideration.
Yeah, and that's probably required because the swimming pool most likely will be relocated to a different location on
Well, we have
campus.
some exciting options to bring back to you about
What?
the swimming. We have some exciting options to bring back about the swimming pool.
Oh, good.
So
Indoor?
Yeah, pardon me?
Indoor?
No, indoor's too expensive. We can't afford that. But we have some really exciting options with just a couple of tweaks. Thank you to Mrs. Clement, which I won't bore you with all the details right now, but there's some really exciting ideas that leaving it in the existing location is absolutely optional. And then I'm going to add one more thing. The locker room at the high school is about 16,000 square feet, and a significant amount of that is not really needed to replace the new lockers and new space. So we might be able to gain some additional educational space or some other spaces in that area. So when we're looking at that, we're looking at what the requirements are for PE and the other sports. If we leave the pool where it is, we can maybe take some of that real estate and make that the team rooms rather than having to create a whole new building somewhere else. But we'll bring more detail in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Ariel. Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Let me just not respond, but also say, I understand, and I'm not saying that this is something that is not, we all know that the modernization must take place. We all know the conditions of our facilities. I'm not in disagreement. But right now you brought up that some of this will be, for example, that was one of my questions. What's being spent on the HVAC, is this something that can be taken from the ESSERS? And what I heard you said is yes. What I'd like to see is when amendments are sent to the board for approval, that we have either a table of Amendment 1, the amount, starting with the balance that, that has been, the budget has been allocated. Amendment 1, how much did that cost? What is the running balance? Amendment 2, and the date. It's very time-consuming for board members to have to go through previous agendas to identify Amendment 1 in the amount, Amendment 2 in the amount. So it is about perhaps organizing the information, not only for the board, but for the community, for transparency. Look, this amendment was approved because, to do this amendment for the purpose. And because that gives us a picture, an understanding of how much is being spent or how much his projects, are costing, what the expenses. And I don't want to delay it because I understand that time is money, and we don't have a whole lot of money, and we definitely, I totally support that you're very tight with your money, and you must be. But if if it's coming from different funding sources, help us to better understand where the sort of funding is coming from. And then more than anything, more importantly, it is that how much, how much we have left. I know we'll be selling more bonds in the spring, but we're limited as to the number, as to the amount that we can sell. This is my only request here, that it be perhaps, for lack of a better word, more organized, or at least have a visual. Just like when you do your checkbook. We don't do checkbooks anymore, but you know what I'm talking about. You keep a running balance. How many checks did you write? How much money you have in the bank?
May I say something?
Oh, yes, of course.
So I know this is an item here, but I'll just say the name Key Analytics is going to be able to support us with that. And so Key Analytics is, as you see, it's here, 17C4, and that's exactly what they do. And they're able to bring CBOC and the board presentations to make sure that they highlight how all the monies are used and what other monies they can actually find for us. Such as, the Linda Sanchez money or any other monies that we can match to be able to finish projects. And I know that they've been very, very successful on matching dollars in districts, especially for things like this, having to do with air quality and HVAC being one of those items.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. Board members?
I have additional comments after Dr. Rivera and Ms.
Dr.
Perez, since they haven't had a chance.
Okay, Dr. Rivera or Ms. Perez? Do you have any comments, questions?
Thank you, Marianne and your team, for really, the way you explained it right now was so helpful. Because I look at this and I'm like, that's a lot, right? That's the business transparency that I know I've talked about in the past. Like, how do we really make it easy? And so the way you just explained it right now to me, I'm like, oh, wow, like she's going above and beyond. She's not just looking at this is the project that we're working on, but how do we better it and how do we make it? And I agree. For me in elementary, that's where you go for presentations. That's where you go to, community hubs. Today, the presentation at Alan Ochoa was in the cafeteria. That's where the students. And so I completely, like my board members, am for it. I just have a question. So for this one, you're asking for the 480K. That's just to estimate the scope, or I'm a little confused as to what that's for.
So those would be the architectural fees.
Okay, and that's all it is just
Right.
trying to figure out. And they're trying to figure out how the total cost, or is it just?
It's the fees for doing all the design work. So the architects do the design work, and then they work with the construction company that does the actual construction.
Got it. And then just echoing what Dr. Marino said, for me also visuals and understanding where the funding's coming from, because it's the same questions I had. It relieves me to know that the funding's going to come from other places other than the bond. But if I don't see that in the description, it just gets a little.
I completely understand what you're saying. And just to add on to what Dr. Esparza was mentioning about Key Analytics, one of the great things about Key Analytics that there really isn't anyone out there else that does this is they take our data right from PeopleSoft. We upload a DAT file to them, and it goes into their system. So a lot of systems that you buy, they don't really speak to each other. So you have to take data and then massage it to get it somewhere else. It's a straight upload. So it's done weekly. And then I can give you samples of reports they've done at other districts, but they're very clean. They're very well laid out. The system we have through LACO was written in the 1970s, and I'm not kidding. It's very difficult to work with. And anything you want to do, you just have to pull down and do something in Excel. It's very difficult to work with, but they have really terrific software, and they do a lot of work for the state matching, as she was mentioning, too. And they do a lot of our filings for the state and for the county. But anyway, I completely understand your feedback, and we will come back with something and show it to you, and then we'll take feedback on that, and we'll continue fine-tune it until it's acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rayo. Thank you, Ms. Perez. Dr. Rivera, do you have any comments, questions here?
When I look at this board agenda here, it's pretty thick, and there's a lot of information in there. It reminds me when I was on the CBOC committee, we had a lot of information there, but there wasn't a lot of questions. I'm concerned about so many projects at one time, because I really do want to know how the cash flow works here. for each and every project. And I think it would have made it a lot easier for myself and perhaps my board members, that if we would have taken each and every one in a special board meeting to have full comprehension of how the cash flow works. Is there a reserve in the event that we have additional expenses? And then finally, do we have the money to do all of this? Now, we're assuming a lot from the bond, but the last I remember, our bond was not rated at a premium choice. Are we still where we're at, where we're still not a premium choice, right? Is
So
that correct?
There will be another analysis done on the district's credit rating as part of the sale process. So your credit rating will change over time.
But over the course of this year, they have not been premium. Because I remember when I first got on the board here a couple of years ago, the bonds were not rated at their highest. And, if you're an investor, you're going to be looking for the best bond, not the mediocre bond. So
I don't think that-
if we're still at that status, I'm afraid how our investors would, perceive that and may not want to invest in our project. And, we're assuming that the bond is going to generate so much, but, it's really the investor who's going to really decide that for us.
I believe the last time the district sold bonds, they sold out in 10 hours, which is quite impressive. We'll have another rating done as part of this process in the early spring, February, March. But I can't tell you because I'm not a bond rater. Dun & Bradstreet will do that, and Moody's will also do that. There's quite a lengthy process of interview that Dr. Esparza and I will enjoy together when we go through and answer questions for the credit rating bureaus. But I can't answer that sitting here today.
And we're at the same rating right now because during COVID, we didn't get a new rating.
Well, I can tell you this, back in the time when, some history, back when I was on the board previously, we had the top rating. The district did have the top rating, and we did sell bonds. But over the course of the years, there's been a lot of mishaps, and as a result of that, the ratings have been depressed, and probably even more with COVID. So board members, I'm really concerned about the cash flow and if the money is really going to be generated. I mean, it's just like when you listen to one of those investment commercials, where they says, hey, if you invest $10,000, assuming that you get 10%, back on your investment, you're going to yield $100,000. So I'm afraid for us, I don't want to find ourselves in that situation that we don't have the cash flow. I mean, a couple of years ago, we did not. Maybe we're faring a little better, but, there is a labor shortage, there is inflation. I don't know if any of that has been, calculated in there, but the cost of resources are significant right now.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Ms. Mejia?
Yes, thank you so much. Just to piggyback off what Dr. Rivera said, as far as the bond rating and how important it is, I think that turnover affects your rating as well. So that's something to keep in mind. That's one. Two, thank you, Mr. Rail, for explaining what a multipurpose room is. It's a cafeteria. It's not, if you do these modernization, it doesn't turn into a multipurpose room. It's always been. So I just thank you for clarifying that. To piggyback off of Trustee Perez said, those multipurpose rooms are used for a lot of things, for their presentations. REACH uses them. Sometimes we have indoor PE. If it's hot outside, it's a place for our students to go. And if you're maximizing the space, it's a win-win. I always hope that we would do this because you did that tiny room with the innovation lab, which is, it's being used. Our teachers are using it, but you're going into a multi-purpose room. You're going to be able to do a lot more. Sometimes our parents are squashed in there because the capacity is not what it is for our current population. So maximizing the space would be great. Again, parent workshops, a lot of different things, and just the shade as well as for students to go into. So again, just to reiterate, we do have an item on the agenda that is going to give us that clear picture. We also have to keep in mind we have developer fees. I always keep on bringing up the developer fees, but that's another funding source. So once we have this other item passed, I think that it's going to provide a clearer picture. Again, it's going to bring transparency, like Trustee Perez said, and we'll have a clear picture, like Dr. Marino is requesting. So I'm comfortable with it because I know that you've worked, both Ms. Clement and Mr. Rail have looked at it, and I think that we're ready to invest in our students. Because when it comes down to it, we always have, who's this going to help? Our students. And I hope that's something that we keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. I will now take the, if there's no further discussion or questions, I want to thank Mr. Rayo for clarifying it, for helping me to better understand it. I have complete faith in you because I do know you have knowledge and experience on the bonds, solid experience. And Ms. Clemens, I also know that you are highly competent in what you do. So I will now take this, but what I do recommend is that until this key analytics comes on board and starts providing this information, that you provide some, organize the,
We will,
I don't know,
we will
primary
not be waiting
information
for
in a
them.
way
We
that
will-
it's more understandable for.
We will absolutely get something for you. I was just sharing it like on an ongoing, as we have more and more projects, there will be detailed reports, but I will not be waiting for them to put something together for you.
Right.
It just won't be as pretty, but you'll
And-
have
And
it.
that's fine, as long as we can understand it. So the HVAC, it will be funded out of the ESSERS? What I see here?
So the HVAC component of the project can be funded from ESSER.
Okay.
The new flooring, the painting, the new stage drapery, that kind of thing would have to come from the bond
I
fund.
understand. All right. Thank you,
We
Mr.
can-
Rail.
we can
Nothing
bifurcate
else?
that.
Oh, thank you very much. Dr. Esparza, any more? Okay, very good. I will take this down to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes, because I know I'm going to get more information, and I'd like you to proceed.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
And Merino, yes. 5-0 to approve 17C.1. 17C.2, I'll motion that. I need a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. And this is the discussion. This is for the architectural services with LPA. Board members?
I think we covered it.
Yeah, long time coming, new showers.
Yeah.
Much needed.
We need that swimming pool.
I agree, I agree, I agree. All right, I will take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes?
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. 5-0 to approve 17C.2. 17C.3, approve short list of architectural firms for various district projects. I'll motion that. A second, please.
Second?
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Discussion on this? Yes?
Yeah, I think this is a really good idea, that you're identifying a list of architects, because we don't have a design function within the school. But, and when you looked at putting it by the complexity of the project, that also sort of saves cost. And the reason that I think is really good is because we will have more construction, different complexities and sizes, because we are going to be looking at that facilities condition report to make improvements in all our schools. And I can't tell you how excited I am that we have that capability, we have that information for decision-making, because we didn't have that before. And I think we're probably one of the first organizations in the area that has this capability. And I think we need to make best use of it. And then make sure that the community understands that we're making an effort to upgrade all of our schools. So I think this is a great approach. I just need to see the one where the construction companies come to, because that's the other one, because you have different capabilities there. But it all starts with the design and the requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Additional comments here? I have a question, just a quick question. So the list here that we have of these architectural firms, how is this compiled, or how did these names come about?
So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Mrs. Clement to respond. This is her project. She spearheaded this.
Thank you.
And she has a great deal of experience, more than me, with architects, and I think she'll be able to give a better answer.
Thank you.
Charlotte?
Ms. Clements?
Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet, Superintendent, and CBO. So we actually posted and advertised and phone called architects who are listed on the cash directory. And I also called local firms, people who are within 5-10 miles from us. We have architects in Pico Rivera and Whittier. They didn't respond, but we did find some in La Habra, Fullerton that are close by, and Pasadena here in Monrovia, which is close by, who did respond. So the goal was to reach as many K-12, not K university/community college, but K-12 architects. And those who have really good OPSC and DSA experience, because there will be a state bond coming down the pike, and we will chase those dollars as financial hardship districts, because that's 100% funding. And I know how to play that game for packaging projects that'll get the 100% funding, and then packaging other projects that we can go after the bond funding for. So to stretch our dollars. And so these firms all have that street cred. What they don't have is a big overhead to support, flying down from San Jose to give us their expert opinion on pools and locker rooms. They're nuts and bolts folks. They can do these nimble little projects that come along, like the shade shelters or the playgrounds and matting for very reasonable rates. And they're the kind that will actually take the times to do it a little extra work without coming back to us for ad services. And the other part is they're so close that they're more responsive to coming to the site and actually doing their due diligence, which is really important. And we're finding out how painful that can be when architects are further away and in the construction process. So it's important to have the smaller, nimbler companies do some of these nuts and bolt projects for us. And they're also really good with their hands-on work with DSA. DSA knows them better because they don't have revolving doors like the big box store architects do. DSA knows them by name. They know them by face. They have their communications by Christmas cards. It's a good relationship to have some of these smaller companies that are more nimble to take on our less than $1 million projects. We have mostly $1 to $10 million projects for the bulk of our bond focus. And so many of these, all of the large firms can do the small and medium projects, but they won't give us numbers that are reasonable for the smaller medium, and they're not going to give us the expertise and hands-on treatment that the smaller companies will. And then the ones in between, they can do both small and medium, and we'll get prices from them just as we will the smaller companies less than $1 million. We'll probably get better prices for the less than $1 million, and the architects between the $1 million and $10 million, they'll be honest with us. We'll do it, but we have a backlog. You're about 6 months out before we can start. That's a reality. And so I would just want us to kind of work. They'll work with us. They definitely will work with me because I've worked with many of them over time. And I can have these one-on-one conversations to say, hey, you know, this, that, and the other. This is how it's going to fall down at DSA, Division of State Architect, and how's that going to play out if you do over the counter versus bin time? Can you get it over the counter? Can you talk to so and such and explain it's just this, that, or the other kind of project? It's not a grand project. Can we do it over the counter? And I've gotten so many exceptions by having the smaller companies make that phone call on behalf of the district, and then I will go to DSA with them to lobby on our behalf to get it approved in a more expeditious time frame. That's reality, and it's just a teamwork, and we can get better teams with smaller, nimbler companies than we can with some of the big box stores. But we need the big box stores too, because then we have some complex projects that they actually would be maybe better suited for, that may be between $1 and $5 million. And they're interested in those too, because they have their little niche teams within their firms. So it's just a matter of knowing who's in what firm, what their capabilities are, and then getting those capabilities listed out. And so that's what was garnered from the SOQs. I asked people to be very blunt, very honest. I want to know where they see themselves fitting within our district, knowing our bond and our needs assessment that was posted online that they all reviewed. And that's what they provided back with feedback, and that's how that matrix was generated.
Thank you, Ms. Clements. This is a very comprehensive, explanation, and it helps us to at least better understand who will be working with these firms. They have thoroughly been vetted by you. Thank you, and Ms. Arreo. All right, thank you. I will now take this to a
May I
vote.
make a quick comment?
Oh, yes, Ms. Mejia.
That was a really good question, and I really appreciate that thorough answer as well. It's music to my ears when you say that we're going to go out for matching funds. That'd be great. As a previous CBOC member, that's something that we always hope to strive for, maximizing bond funds, so matching funds would be great. I really appreciate that. And one quick question, for developer fees are strictly for construction projects and not modernization? I just wanted to get clarification if I may.
So that's not a clear-cut question. Modernization, so if you have a building that has the ability to have a reconfiguration to support growth, for example, toilet rooms, or a team room with toilet rooms, it depends on how you package it. So that's actually one of those bond attorney kind of questions to get it formulated with the folks who do our 5-year expenditure overview with the audit. Those folks, we can have the one-on-one communications to say, we need this, and we have developer fees. We'd like to list out some of our needs in the future based on our developer fees and our needs. And they will help us package it so that it is an acceptable use of that fee. For example, playgrounds, that is an appropriate use of that fee. So there are many little niches. I've worked with different attorneys over time, work for bonds, Atkinson, Epson, but there are smaller, nimbler attorneys out there who just deal with developer fees. So, and the planning groups as well. So we can package projects within the developer fee structure by listing them in our report, giving it to you to digest, coming back to you for a recommendation for adoption of the report, and then moving forward with those prioritized lists for just developer fees. And that's something that can be defined in a report, brought to you as for a resolution and adoption, and then move forward within that next 5-year period of time as the prioritized list.
Thank you so much. Ms. Clement, I'm so glad you're on board.
I love Pico Rivera, sorry. I'm a future farmer of America, so I was just up in the hills, but thank you.
So our bond is in good hands. Thank you, Ms. Clements, with Mr. Real on board as well. Okay, I will now take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Yeah. And Merino, yes. 5-0 to approve 17C.3. 17C.4, I'll motion that. I need a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Discussion on this one or questions? Yes, Ms. Perez?
Just to make sure, is training involved in this? Like, is training included?
There is training included, but because I've done it before, it's very, very simple. It's very intuitive to work with, very, very straightforward.
So sorry. So we're not, you're just going to be, so this system or software only provides, like you'll do your magic on the system or software, and then you provide us like sheets, or how do we access the information?
So what happens is every bill that's paid by the district, any invoice, no matter who you're paying a bill to, goes through the PeopleSoft system, which is the one I was describing that's from the 70s. They're flat files. you would be horrified if you
I
saw
think they used
them.
it in DC.
Sorry?
I think I used it in DC. I remember the name.
Yeah,
and
it's
very old.
Yeah, it's terrible. But anyway, so what this system does is it takes our account string, because it would be embedded in our account string tells you what fund it's from, what the source of the money is, project it's related to, and then the object code, whether it's construction, architect fees, DSA fees, it's all broken down by the object code. And so that file is uploaded into their system and then reorganized, and then it produces really nice reports. If you want, I can send you some samples so you can see them. The CBOC will very much appreciate them. It'll show every project that is open. It'll show the budget by individual object code, the amount that's spent to date, and anything that's encumbered. So as you all know, if it's encumbered, it means there's a purchase order out there for it, but the check hasn't been cut yet. So it'll break that down for every single project. As you move forward and close out a project, you can either leave it on the report or you can just have open projects there. All that is detailed.
And thank you. So the reports, how will the public have access, or will they have access to it?
So what we'll do is we'll, of course, show them to the board, and we'll show them to the CBOC, and then they'll be posted on the website under the bond area each time we update them.
Okay, that was my follow-up question. Thank you.
And this is also, again, a bond accounting and compliance service, so they will also be presenting. They'll present the information to you all and make sure that they explain it thoroughly.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Thank you, Mr. Rayo. Yes, Ms.
comment, if I
Mejia,
may?
of course.
Yeah, this is an amazing program, software or cloud-based, whatever it is. It puts Colby Docs to shame. That's something that the district had before, and it was very limited.
One of the big challenges with Colby, just to add on to that a little bit, is there is not an interface. They don't have a built interface. So you put everything into PeopleSoft, and then you have to have someone manually enter it again into another system. So you're paying someone to put the same information into two separate systems, and then you have to constantly be reconciling them. It does not have the flexibility for reporting that I think we're looking for. It's not ideal.
Exactly, so I'm looking forward to seeing some of these reports as well as our community. Thank you.
And the information on bond expenditures making a whole lot more sense. Thank you. All right. Let me take this now to a vote, right? No, right, to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. 5-0 to approve 17C.4. 17C.5, approve contract with ID Bailey for auditing services for the district's financial audit and bond performance audit. I motion that. I need a second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Discussion on this audit firm? Board members? No, all right. We'll take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino? Yes, 5-0 to approve 17C.5. Item 18, recommendations for future agenda items. Board members?
I have a couple.
Yes, Ms. Mejia.
Definitely want to recognize our athletic teams. We should have them. And there is one outstanding one from last school year. Ms. Lorelei Rojo was never recognized, and I did recommend that as a board item.
Who was the name?
Ms. Lorelei Rojo. She was she made it for swimming to CIF during the pandemic when we were distance learning. So she was never recognized, but I do also want to make sure that we recognize our CIF runner-ups, as well as so tennis, volleyball, and the football team as well, because they had a great season.
I second that. Thank you.
And then I have an additional one.
Yes.
I would like to review and discuss Board Policy 6146.1, which is the graduation requirements.
6146.1. Thank you.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
In regards to Ms. Rojo, both her parents are teachers at the high school.
Thank you. All right.
And then I have one more.
Wait, so
I need a-
discussion on Board Policy 6146.1, right?
Discussion and review, please.
I'm sorry?
Discussion and review, please.
Discussion and review.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I'll second that one.
And then I'd like to get, request more information on the SSOs that we currently have at the district, just so we can get like a better picture on the needs that we may have. And then lastly is, I know that this is something that was brought up at public comment in the past, just so we can get an update as far as for the summer school. I know it's kind of far away, but how we'll continue bringing more arts for our students.
Integrated arts.
So we had it for summer school. The parent had brought up during public comment that it worked really well, so.
You want to see how this is going to evolve for this
Yeah.
for next summer?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
just getting clarity. All right. I'll second that one as well. Any more?
That was it, thank you.
Ms. Perez?
Yeah, so just two. One of them is alternatives to expulsion or suspension. So looking into, Dr. Rivera mentioned we had a community school in the past, so maybe a discussion on what that looks like, what we can do as a district would be my first one.
I'll second that, thank you.
And then the second one, when I stepped foot onto El Rancho, a cousin of mine actually is a senior at El Rancho, and I was asking her why she hadn't ate, and she's like, oh, the lines are too long. I wish we had food trucks. And so I'm curious about, and maybe there are legality reasons and cost reasons why we don't do it, but I'm just information as to just like other food options other than the cafeteria at the schools. I'm curious about.
So would that be like a discussion item, so to inform the parents as well?
More like an informational item, I think, because there might be
Right, I meant that.
legalities
You're
or
right.
cost reasons, which I'm sure there are, but I want to understand why, because I
Mm-hmm.
know other schools do it, and so I'm just curious, because I couldn't give her an answer.
May I make a suggestion? Trustee Perez? So a food truck would compete with our national food service, so that would be a no-no. But to your point, students do want different options, so maybe explore other options.
Yeah.
Of foods, get another survey going possibly. We have new survey software. And yeah, that would be, that way we can get more information on what the
Okay.
students would like.
So it would be more to explore options, to see what else could be available within the guidelines to our students, correct?
Yeah,
All right.
and also follow it up with like a survey.
Okay.
We might already have it, but I got the sense, and so I just wanted to see if that could be.
Thank you, Ms. Perez.
Thank you.
I'll second that one as well. Okay. Board members over here, future agenda items?
Yeah.
Dr. Rivera?
Yeah, I would like to suggest that, for example, just what we went through, these 5 items, that perhaps before the board takes action, we can have special board meetings so they can be explained more thoroughly and we can understand the cash flow. If we have the money, if we have the reserve, that would be a lot more helpful prior to taking action.
Very good. So it would be more of a special board meeting to have a discussion, not take action. I second that one. Okay. Yes.
Okay, I have a concern about our school for our school sites, the utilization of space. And we have declining enrollment, okay? So what I'd like to have is sort of, with our facilities master plan organization, LPA, with, maybe with that Bureau, the TIRIS, come up with sort of a plan of looking at how we would consolidate some of our campuses and sort of long range, and I know that you were looking at that, but I feel that we have some more immediate needs and we have to make some earlier decisions with some of our school sites now and some in 2 years. But I'd like to see sort of a strategic direction on the space utilization and making sure we have space standards.
So
Because that's it. Yeah,
This
because
is-
that would include district offices as well.
So this would be a future agenda item as an informational items
Yeah.
on
It's just
space
information.
utilization and a discussion on our facilities.
Yes,
All
that's
right.
it.
Second that one
Informational.
as well. quite a few. That'll keep us going for many months to come. All right, so we are now, we will not be adjourning because we will be reconvening in closed session to finish the items that are still pending. We will be returning to report on actions taken in closed session. Because I believe we still have some items to report. Thank you, everyone. And we'll be in closed session. Thank you, everyone, staff, for your patience and to the board and Dr. Esparza. We are back from closed session. And let me go to that item. So we do have a report. What option is that? We do have a report of actions taken in closed session. Dr. Esparza.
So in closed session, the board took action to release one unclassified employee identified by number 21-22-05-01. The roll call vote was as followed. The motion was offered by Ms. Castillo, seconded by Dr. Marino, and it was 5 yeses and 0 nos. That is all.
Thank you, Dr. Esparza. Item 19, adjournment. I move to adjourn.
Second?
Thank you. I'll take this to a vote. Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Mejia?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Merino, yes. 5-0 to adjourn. Thank you again, everyone. I'm almost going to say good morning, but good night.